Happy Friday.
Young blood made of gold, a mind you can't control. Running wild, can't come down. My head is in the clouds.
Let's go.
Gotta keep this feeling, keep on breathing, even if we're slipping away. So I close my eyes and lose myself now. Do it like it's only today. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. For a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this.
Please hit that thumbs up button. As you come in. Hope you're all having a great day.
We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. For a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this.
Thank you, FG. Happy Friday. Let's get it started.
I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeling your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind. And I won't let you go. I need you by my side. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. sit here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries, let's go for now. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I drag you out your mind, and there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me.
I like that you too.
I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeling your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind. And I won't let you go. I need you by my side.
Well, hello everyone. How is everyone doing today? Good to see you all in chat. Thank you so much for joining me. Appreciate your time. Could have chosen to be anywhere, but you chose to be here. Thank you so much. Today is the last day of May of 2024. That's crazy. We're getting ready to go into June. That is insane. That is insane. Time goes by so quickly, and it is true. The older you get, the faster it goes. And I can't imagine it going any faster than it already does. 2:55 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Thank you all for joining me. Today we have a colossal interview, to say the very, very least. We are doing the web sleuth interview today, and we know this one is fireworks. Fireworks, to say the very least. Before we get started, though, I need to thank a few people. Jessica, thank you for all your hard work. Don't forget to get some snacks. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for the snack money, honey. Thank you for the snack money, honey. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Tracy, thank you, my dear. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Thank you, my love. I really do appreciate you. Means a lot. Enjoy your Bloody Mary out on the deck as well. Drew K, thank you for gifting a membership, my dear. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Yes, we thought Terry Lynn's was fireworks. Oh, honey, get ready. Yes, yes, because Chris was fired up from the moment he came up on panel. And we have found some big things throughout this series, some really big things just by combing over this. Hopefully, Sebastian will be found a lot sooner than later. I hope this is not another Summerwell's case as far as, the time. We're at what, 2 weeks? 2 weeks is Summer's vigil. And it's going to be 3 years. 3 years. So it's crazy. It's crazy. So, anyway, thank you all so much for joining me. I really do appreciate your time. Thank you all so much for your support. Really means a lot, keeps me here, and I really do appreciate it. So, I do want to give credit where credit is absolutely due. And this is from Web Sleuths. Make sure you have subscribed to Web Sleuths. Let me fix that camera. 1 second. Better. Okay, that's better. Y'all was up in my grill. So what it is, okay. So what we were talking about here is this is when Chris came up. This is when Seth was with the PIs. Remember the PIs. And they were trying to work with Chris and Katie as well. Wasn't happening. Wasn't happening. And it didn't go over well. And to me, listen, everyone, especially under Irina, you're funny. Everyone is, has their moment, right? When they're pushed and pushed and pushed. I get that. I get that under stressful situations. The problem that I have with this interview is that the way Chris behaved, number one, with women, and number two, they tried to de-escalate him the entire time, and it was a bull in a china shop. It was a bull in a china shop. I got peanuts, no popcorn. Well, we'll pop you some, Francis. How about that? We'll pop you some. And there was no de-escalation. No de-escalation. And to be fair, Seth did the same on Smiley's. That, in my opinion, was absolutely uncalled for, the way he talked about Trevor. But in my opinion, the difference is when it comes to the two, how does Chris normally behave in these interviews when you're giving him harder questions? He bucks, right? It's a constant brash, disrespectful section, I was going to say. Mother truck and chicken warning. That's right. That's right. We do mother truck and chicken warnings around here. I know. I miss Trevor too. I miss Trevor too. And I believe that Seth is extremely wrong when it comes to Trevor. You will never meet a more nice, genuine person who is caring about these cases. You'll just won't meet anybody more genuine. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you so much, my love. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. Means a lot to me. All right, guys. Without further ado, um, we are going to get this party started, so to speak, even though it's not a party, but we have the best chat. We have the best chat. And I just want to take a minute out to all of you. You guys are amazing. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. My mods, members, chat, every one of you. Thank you all so much for being here. Not only for me, but for these victims day in and day out. Doesn't go unnoticed. You guys are the most loving, sweet people. And I am the luckiest person here in true crime. I absolutely mean that. You guys are awesome. We have just the best people. All right. Y'all ready for this? Let's get it started.
Help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
So
See how he comes up? That's his first words. Love you too, honey. Love you too. That is his first words. And Trish is like, "Oh, all right, well, let's talk about it." He is not having it. Not having it. I need to find when the date of this is. Um, the date is April 27th. So I need to write this down. April 27th, 2024. Web sleuths. Let's give her the credit. Oh, you know what? I need to switch it so we won't have the commercial. 1 second. Bear with me.
Online school.
Bear with me here. Okay. Do a little housekeeping here.
Seth, I swear to God.
well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with
So everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
long enough.
Okay. You sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh,
What?
I'm very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Look at there. Look what she just said. That's the last thing we want to do is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God. So, I mean, it's there is no de-escalation in this man.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
In my opinion, this is why he is on wife number 5.
Okay.
Clearly.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening.
Oh my God, Zoo! Thank you so much, my lovies. Appreciate your support. Thank you, my dear. If you received that membership, please thank our dear Zoo. Appreciate your support. Is that Prince? Was that the Prince sign? Zoo? I think maybe it wasn't Prince, but it reminds me of Prince for some reason. All right, sorry. Sidetrack. Valentine, wow, thank you so much for becoming a member. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, please hit that thumbs up button. Valentine, welcome to the family. Pearls look amazing. Absolutely amazing on you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Thank you. All right.
And disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out. Says,
Okay.
Chloe,
Tell us,
you're the
Chris.
PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything. First off,
Heather has been
Heather
in
is the
communication.
only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my
Yay!
wife.
I
So for you to
actually
sit
reached
on this
out to
show
you
and sit
a
here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information
And
that you have that you don't have all the answers to is a problem.
Oh,
Okay. Well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the
So,
problem is,
okay, I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
okay,
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife,
Chris needs to smash it. He needs to smash it. Listen to his voice, y'all. Listen to this man's voice. He's got bravado in his voice. Literally, he's got bravado. He is shaking. He is quivering. Can you imagine? Yeah, smash something. Smash it. Yes, Jacqueline. Yes. Yep. Claps too. He's always. You should have been a drummer, Chris. You should have been a drummer. Take out some of that anger somewhere. Let me just smash something real quick. Who says exactly? Who says that? Just smash it. My jaw was on the literally on the floor, and I felt horrible for Trish. I really like Trish. Like she's a good person. She's given a lot to the true crime community. She runs a website called Web Sleuths, and make sure you go to Web Sleuths as well if you're interested in true crime. It's got just everything on every case, literally.
is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your
Thank you,
business
Holly.
out to the world.
okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right?
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my
And this is the thing. Trish from Web Sleuths here, she really tries to make Chris understand why people are looking, because in true crime it does matter. It does matter what was going on inside the home, the dynamics, because when a child goes missing and there is no sign of an abduction, or there's nothing, well, we know that the parents are literally over 95% usually statistically responsible. Connie, if you're on J for A, Justin for all, you have to come over to Clutch Them Pearls. If you want to become a member, my dear. Thank you so much. If mods could put a link in J for A for the membership so they can come over here, if you don't mind. Thank you so much, my dear.
son, all the kids are treated as if they your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you
Mexica, that's fine. You just put a link over there. That's okay. Just put
and
a
your
link over there.
wife.
You're good.
Okay, it's
Thank you.
because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
Okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for
Okay, he's going to make it crystal clear again. He's going to make it crystal clear again. Holly, hey girl, hey. Thank you so much for gifting 5 pearl necklaces. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your support. Really, really do appreciate it. But you know what happens, Holly, whenever someone donates 5 pearl necklaces to members? It's a serious thing around here. We got to do an application process.
This is a Brooklyn-bound 2 express train. The next stop is Fulton Street.
Beep, beep, mother
Stand
chickens.
clear of the closing doors, please.
Giving to the lesser fight. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes.
Congratulations to the 5 new members. Thanks to Holly. Thank you so much, Holly. And if you received one of the pearl necklaces from Holly, please tell her a big, big thank you. And you guys are approved. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Guys are amazing. Connie, you guys are on fire today. Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Where's my thingy at here? Oh, I got it on the right. Thank you, Connie. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Pearls look absolutely amazing on you, my dear. Thank you so much. Wow. Goodness, guys. Thank you for always being a bright light and your kindness. Oh, thank you so much, Robin. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. It really does mean a lot. Thank you so much. Mrs. Curvy, the one and only Mrs. Curvy. Thank you, my dear. Good to see you, my love. Hope you are well. Got to see y'all. Okay, you have a good day, Miss Curvy. It's actually late where you're at. I'm sorry. Have a good evening, Mrs. Curvy. Thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you guys so much. Very generous. Thank you.
okay,
and everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody.
You see, this is the thing. I mean, you know, Chris is not helping himself here. He's not helping himself here at all. At all. Zero, zilch, nada, none by his behavior. And to be honest with you, again, none of us know what happened to Sebastian, and that should be clear. But the story that came out of their own lips, is very suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, because we know law enforcement has said there is no sign that Sebastian left home, meaning there's no scent, there's no cameras. And remember, he was supposedly barefooted in the end of February in Tennessee. Very cold. Very cold. And that is troublesome, especially when you add the fact that Chris himself says if someone goes up to the front door, the camera is going to catch it. The camera's going to catch it. Guys, in a couple days, I'm going to be doing some experiments with some Ring doorbell cameras. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Thank you so much, my sweet Mimi. You remind me of Mimi reminds me of Reese Witherspoon, beautiful. She's beautiful. You're all beautiful. Your brightness shines like a diamond, darling. You never ending compassion warms my heart. Oh, thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate it. Hey, Jude, snacks, because he's 15. Snacks. Sebastian deserves to be found. Woo, getting a little emotional here. How does one throw away a soul? I don't know.
Somebody
Much less a
else.
child.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay. And I understand and I hear what you're saying. But again,
So let me help y'all with something. 'Cause
okay.
y'all said some shit that's really
Justin, help me, because ours is not a ring. We have something like a 3-second delay. I don't know if that's common, but it's interesting. Like a 3-second delay on your camera, like before it records. Is that what you mean?
y'all have no. It's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm gonna clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody said
parents
that.
went to Alaska was
That is
because
fine.
my stepfather went for work.
Okay. Nobody said they went 2 days after.
Okay. So this is important. Chris says that his dad or his parents went to Alaska for work. Now, remember last night, Seth alleged that Chris's parents were talking about their vacations and jewelry whenever Sebastian, like, literally when he went missing, like when they all gathered at the house together. What? And another thing. If Chris says Sebastian is just like his, why is his family not helping out? They haven't done a thing that I'm aware of, have they? Haven't looked, haven't passed out flyers, nothing. They've been on vacations. Who does this? A 15-year-old child from your son's house, Christopher's, went missing. What? It really feels like that, Grace. It really feels like that. Yeah, it's their step grandson. Yes, it's their step grandson. Yep. But Chris is saying family's family, right? He's like my own. There's no distinction. It's what he's saying in this interview. You know, if he would just be honest and say he's my stepson, he's my stepson. It is what it is. They're not going to look. Okay, you can accept that. But saying you care and not showing you care are two different things. Actions always speak louder than words.
He went
Oh
missing.
no,
They
it's
said.
out there. Trust me, because I have
Okay, I did
terabytes.
not say
None.
that.
Or
I
Nobody
didn't say
said that
you.
here.
I
Okay.
said people.
Okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
Trust
let's.
me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No. And Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good.
and by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's.
Okay. he says that they were in Alaska for 2 weeks. We're in Alaska for 2 weeks. Does anyone know the day they went, the day they left? Just curious.
Business.
Well, but Chris, let me, and please understand.
I know.
I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay.
Great. Diana, you get an applause. Bet you that. Bet you that. Bet you that. Bet you that. Justin, I bet his daughter doesn't call him Mr. Chris. If there is no distinction, then why does Sebastian have to call you Mr. Chris? How about that?
Here's the thing. When you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian.
Oh my God. Lovey, Lovey, Lovey. Lovey to the office, please. Lovey, Kathleen to the office. You are late. You are late. Late slip. Late slip for Lovey, Kathleen to the office, please. Thank you.
And let me tell, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean.
Protect me, Mimi.
I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
Yeah. Yes, Aunt Cherry. That's why it reminds me of school. It reminds me of school. Remember when you was in school? Mrs. Moss, yes. Do you have Justin Jensen in the office or in your classroom? Yes. Send him to the office, please. All right. Everyone would look at you.
But
It is
your
not
problem with
meant-
thinking outside of the box does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in
Love
tips
you too, Judy.
that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We
Thank you for
own
being
a
here, Drew.
funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff?
Hold on,
Not
what did he
you.
say?
I'm
What did he say?
Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home.
Well, your uncle does own a funeral home. He does. I mean, is he your like immediate family, like mom, dad? No, but he's like your uncle or he's your cousin, one. But it is true, he does own a funeral home.
Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff?
Okay.
Not you. I'm saying the public.
And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that. But
It doesn't
and
matter,
I
though.
did want to clear
That
it
does
up.
not matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear it
one
up,
iota.
Chris. I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
not-
I just want to make it clear that
Can I explain to you?
Chris is yelling at her saying, "Oh, y'all didn't contact me. Y'all didn't contact me." Well, she did contact. She absolutely did. And then he's like, well, okay then. Can I explain something to you about all the bullshit I get? Well, then don't say she didn't contact you.
Yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and ask me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your
Yes.
question.
Up here in the top corner, left corner, that is Trish. She this is her channel. It's called Web Sleuths. Very great creator, and she also owns websleuths.com.
Question.
And
What
that's not
was
what
your
I'm
question?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
Chris, I know you're mad. I can feel it.
I wondered that too. I wondered if they were drinking that night. Kind of wondered that myself. And Seth told us last night that Katie, at least when they were together, had a drinking problem. He alleges that she had a drinking problem, that is. And not only that, what did he say about he said it was a slogan or something about the Navy's drinking or something like that. The people in the Navy, do they do cremations of two bodies, one coffin? Sammy, I know that's a big thing people talk about here in true crime. It was talked about with Summer Wells as well. I don't know if you know this about me, but I used to work in funeral homes. I've worked in a couple, and it is so highly, 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 highly unlikely that someone would be cremated with another person. And the reason is because there has to be more than one person sign off on that on the cremation. Because the first funeral home that I ever worked at, we didn't have a crematory, so we used another crematory, and it was an hour away. So I would have to drive someone's remains to the crematory, and I would have to sign off on it, and at least 2 other people would have to sign off on it. And you even have to put like their weight on there when they pass, because it should use, I don't want to get too detailed in it, but there is a cost, so like there's fuel being used, right, when you cremate someone, and you would put like their weight, and it should take such and such length to cremate this person based upon their weight, their height, their weight, all of that. So, if you would say you would add, the paperwork would be off. There's a lot to it. That's all I can tell you. There's a lot to it. So yeah. So I don't think that's possible.
I hear it and I understand it.
Personally.
You've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers, and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows that.
I mean, I know which funeral home it is, Perry, but I don't think it's really necessary, to be honest with you. So I agree, Justin. 2 to 3 hours for it. Yeah, it's about right, Aunt Sherry. It's about right. Big people, really big people, are those are the people that's really hard to cremate. Really hard to cremate. Sometimes crematoriums, they don't like to do big people because it's really
Pisses
difficult.
you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child. No, but
I agree.
believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you. All right. Anybody here in this chat that asked about a cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just
Perry, I don't know. That I don't know if they have a crematorium. I don't know. Chris hates cats. I know, but that's kind of now that you say that, Dina Lynn, that's kind of interesting. I'm not really a superstitious person. I do believe in kind of like the law of attraction, though. But Chris doesn't like cats at all, and Sebastian, that was his favorite thing. And Trish, she is a big time cat lover. And I wonder if Sebastian isn't with us, I just kind of makes you think Sebastian having that cat. I don't know. Just a thought. Justin cremated my father. I'm sorry, Nico. I'm so sorry, my dear. I was not prepared to scatter the results. Things the average person doesn't know. Yeah. I'm ridiculous. Are you really? Who doesn't like cats? Chris. Well, he said he's allergic to cats. I think he's allergic to, kindness. I think that's what he's allergic to, in my opinion. But I digress. There's a food you can feed cats now. It's by Purina. I told this the other day because I'm allergic to cats. Other people in my home are allergic to cats, and it's called Purina Live Clear. It's very expensive, but it works. It really, really works.
tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's a
Right,
$1 million
Carmelita?
question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry, I said that. There's a lot
That's
of
Stacy. Yeah.
crazy people online, and just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages.
Yes.
I
Tom.
reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. So
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm
Mally Cat, thank you so much, my dear cat people. Yes, I'm going to next time I'm on my other channel, Hey Sweet Tea, if you're in chat, just tell me to bring up 2 of my cats because they look exactly like your cat. I have 2 cats that look exactly like your cat. They're brothers, and you can't tell them apart. Their markings are identical, except one of them has a little yellow on his nose. Other than that, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart.
telling you, please let us help you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we're not here to point fingers at you or whatever. But the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately. This never used to be a problem, never, until social media. And it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible. But let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, everybody, stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We
Mhm.
don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're
What do you say?
So, okay, everybody, stop with that bullshit.
My cat is
All right.
pissed
Here,
off.
let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We
Mhm.
don't own a private yacht. What
They don't own a private plane, a yacht, a funeral home. Now,
else do you guys
he's right. Technically, he doesn't own a funeral home, but
want to come up
a
saying that
member
we
of the
own?
family does.
Like we're millionaires or something. Like we've got this money growing off trees, which
I mean, I'm not saying it grows off trees, but I mean, I don't think Chris and Katie have money per se. You know, I think they're comfortable. You know, but
by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand.
I do think his parents have money.
Okay. But understand when
Gypsy Mama, thank you so much, my dear friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Law enforcement is quiet. Wondering if anyone is watching, investigating his parents and or her mom. Are they hiding Sebastian? You can bet that law enforcement has been to their home and interviewed them. Absolutely. Yeah. They're in debt. Yes. That is true. A lot. But truthfully, I think all of us have debt. Most of us do, at least. Most of us do. You know, you got a car payment, you got credit cards, you got a mortgage or rent or something, you know.
the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
Worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
And Trish is so right on that. It's you know, with there's always different sides of the same thing. There's good things on the internet, you know, there's good things with the internet helping. I mean, nowadays someone goes missing, it can be out into the world in a few clicks, and it's out in the world. You know, it used to be you had to wait for the news to come to your house, and it was going to be pretty much local, just local, right? But nowadays you can be all over the country, all over the planet in just a few clicks. So that's a great thing.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I mean,
I don't understand why, you know, Chris and Katie, it's more, in my opinion, it feels more about defending themselves rather than finding Sebastian, defending Sebastian, constantly saying disparaging things about him, negative. Usually whenever someone is missing, very ill, or deceased, you don't really speak ill, or not even so much ill, but negativity toward them, you know, that may be a flaw that they may have had, but whatever, you know, we're all of us have flaws. But especially a kid, you know, saying that he likes to use the bathroom in his pants and he'll get up in your face and who does that?
have you talked to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Yes.
But hey, guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him.
Absolutely.
Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you.
There's no reward either. And listen, I think Chris, Katie, and Seth should have a reward for their child. But I will be honest with you, I've never seen a reward do anything. I've never seen a reward do anything. I just haven't. It's a nice, it's a nice thing to have, because it could bring someone forward. But I don't know.
So this was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so.
Ellen,
Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't.
I'll tell you what, last night we saw a very hurt, broken man. We did. And, I'll tell you that I don't think Seth is perfect, right? And he is not without flaw, that is for sure. And I think he's probably has some regrets. But I can't imagine being in his position. Can't imagine. And I don't know how I would be in that situation either. Right? So, I don't know. I think, in my opinion, I think Seth got involved with some wrong people. And he probably listened. And, I give Chris and Katie this, and Seth, and anybody, when people go missing, right? And, they come to YouTubers or any social media creator, they have no idea about what is going on. They don't know what it's like. They've never been in this position before. And so they don't know the history of the creator. They don't know how the social media works. And it can get real messy real quick if they get around the wrong people. So, yeah.
And answered, and I said, "Hey, Chris, just messaged me again, so it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages."
I don't understand that either. MJ, I don't understand that either. Justin, curious why Chris said if they did have a lot of money, that Sebastian would be home already. I wish I had an answer for that. I don't know if it was just like something he was, he thought he could buy his way to find Sebastian, or what that means. But I don't think Sebastian is hiding out. I really don't. My opinion.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously,
Seth threatened jail or Magnolia. It's horrible that people are losing focus, Seth included, in this, with their egos, right? Egos threatening people. But almost everyone has went back and forth with one another. Just about everyone. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. What does that do? How does that help? How does it help? Never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it. I mean, creators are, Seth saying that he has some, creator took his girlfriend, and, creators staying at Seth's house. It's just a mess. It's a mess. Did you see what Emma posted on her channel a while ago? Yes. The video. Yeah, Elisa, I knew about that. She called me about that when she found it. She called me really panicked about that. So, if that's what you mean. And, I just think there's a lot of dirtiness. A lot of dirtiness that's going on behind the scenes. Seth lives, house, apartment, it's just not good to mix. We're here to help families, right? We're here to help families get the word out, and that's really where it should stay. Nothing more, nothing less. If you're, keep your eye on what matters, which is the reason why we all originally came here. September, my opinion, could it be possible that Katie is hiding Seth from Dad as some sort of revenge, or to make him prove himself to be able to have custody of Seth? Thank you for that so much, September. Good to see you, my dear. Thank you, my love. In my opinion, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think if he was anywhere, if he was being hide out anywhere, I mean, the Secret Service is involved in this, right? They find global, right, people on the other side of the world, right? And I feel like if he was anywhere in someone's possession alive, my opinion only, I think he would have been found by now. That's just my opinion, though.
Obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a
No.
number so he could come in.
Black Skies, you don't have to keep your opinion to yourself, baby. We have everyone's opinion is allowed here as long as it is respectful, right? We can still get our opinions across and be respectful and classy, right?
in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having.
Yeah, exactly, Donna. Exactly. We don't have to agree on everything. So, we don't have to agree on anything. We can still be respectful and, I mean, do you agree with your husband or your wife all the time? No, you still love them, right?
Having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
Oh, I am
angry,
too. I'm thrilled. I'm
even though
absolutely
he's
thrilled.
angry, I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms
Right,
down,
Donna?
I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your
Okay.
viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them. Kick them out.
Thank you, my dear.
Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
But this is the thing. Chris is like, as long as it's factual. Well, he wants us to take his word as fact, but we cannot take his word as a fact. We cannot take his word as a fact. He is technically, even though, a person of interest at best, right? Even if he's not a person of interest, that is his statement. That is his statement. He wants us to take his statement as fact. But the only facts that we know is what come from law enforcement, technically. Because they are unbiased in this, right?
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is if
I think the Secret Service is involved because they had a technology that was needed, and they assist. The FBI will assist. Secret Service rarely, not rarely, because if you go to the Secret Service website, they talk about how they help find, they have a program that helps find kids, actually, missing children. But you don't hear it very often that the Secret Service is involved, I guess. but they have a technology, more than one, that they can use to find answers in some cases.
I got it.
Nothing. If it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard. I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss.
You are right, Elise. Yes. Did forget about that when we was right on the TBI website. Yes. Geofencing. Yep. This is a good time for a screaming chicken. We have a screaming chicken around here? I thought I was the only screaming chicken around here.
Christopher! Oh, Grace! Oh, Grace! Christopher! Christopher! Oh, Grace! Christopher! Christopher! Oh, Grace!
You know, Chris is used to yelling at everyone, it sounds like. He said, yeah, I bet you the neighbors did hear me getting on Sebastian out in the yard.
Absolutely.
I think it's
He gets it back.
semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how.
This is the one and only interview that he's done with Web Sleuths that I'm aware of, at least. And we are going through statements that he has said, because I'm putting it into a program, I'm making a video, I'm making a spreadsheet, so we know everything that Chris and Katie says in each interview that is, in my opinion, of significance. So, and we're going to compare them. We've already found some really interesting
his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me
tell you. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't.
Yes, you were correct. No, you were correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it, because quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. And you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth, very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap them little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance. Mm-hmm. Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't.
Hold on, what do you say?
Blaming Katie, my wife, on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for.
You hear him hit stuff? You hear him? Listen.
Else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife.
Right when he says wife.
Somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife.
Chris says he's not hitting anything. He always says that. But why do we only hear it in Chris's interview? Why? We don't hear it in Trish or anybody else up there on the panel. Why does he have to hit things when he's angry? Amos, I really admire and appreciate. Oh, thank you so much, my dear. Thank you. Appreciate your love. Thank you for being a member for 1 month. Really appreciate your support. Really, truly. Thank you so much. So the question is, why? Why is he always hitting something? Mr. Snappy, why are you so mad? Last night for sure. He needs something. But what does he do? He gets so mad that he manifests, right, his arms hitting something, his hands. And that concerns me. Really, really concerns me. Because we know the allegations that Nina has said, right? And even what Sebastian has said.
For Sebastian's disappearance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't.
He when he says, if you got cold hard facts, which you don't.
Unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't.
Sorry.
Don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point.
So Chris is basically saying we can't have an opinion.
I do think, in the last
An opinion is not a fact, Chris.
week, we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect. But I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
Yes.
So here, let me.
Trying to hammer it in, literally. Some people call it the hammer when it's a manifestation, right? They're trying to even get it in.
Let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see. Because unfortunately, we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So, Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
All right. Everyone, he wants his ego stroked here. He's had a dream. He wants to be the nice man. He's had a dream.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it,
Seth
which
wanted,
is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now,
okay. Seth wanted a job in law enforcement. Chris states that was Seth's dream, and a job came up. How did he state that? Let me put this up. 1 second here. Font size. Okay. Which is the job? Him and said, I think we should apply.
Great at it. Which is.
Hold on. I want to be in law enforcement. He has had
since
a
I have known him.
Dream of law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said,
hold on. Let me make this little banner a little bit smaller. So y'all can see the captions.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up.
There was a chance for something that came up. Okay. Got it.
And I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it.
Okay. Chris states that a job came up and he calls Seth and says, I think you should apply for it because I think you'd be great at it.
Which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me that. I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay. Chris says Seth got the job. Chris alleges. Seth calls him and says, thank you. Chris says he's been a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader for him. For Seth. Can you see Chris in pigtails and a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader outfit?
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me.
So just, I mean, it's, again, if that is the truth, that is nice of Chris to tell him about the job opening. But Seth is the one who got himself the job. You told him that there was a job opening. They won't hire you if they don't want to hire you.
He doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training.
Okay. All right. So Chris states that Seth called him and said he didn't think he was going to be able to complete the job training. Chris says he tells Seth, you're going to go back in there and complete the training because your son thinks you hung the moon. I think that's what it is, or something like that.
Because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
If that's true, that's a beautiful story. I mean, it really is. That's a valuable story, in my opinion. You're going to go back in there and complete the training because your son thinks you hang the stars and moon, and prove your son that dreams and goals do come true. That dreams and goals do come true. And I'll be honest with you, Seth doesn't, to me, seem like he's a very motivated person. He just doesn't come off to me like that. And so I actually believe for the most part Chris on this. I really do. Because I think Chris is a more motivated person.
Mm-hmm.
I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful.
820 in chat. I got 925 watching on both channels right now. 420 likes. Do I need to give y'all pink slips? 420 likes. Come on. Remember, tap it. Just the tip. Just the tip. Remember. Come on. Hit me
And
maybe one more
accuse
time.
people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, well, again, I just, if I could just
Yeah,
step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about I mean, not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but you know, what you know has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. You know, I mean, we could go on and on all night.
Daisy Love, my Daisy Love, I need you. Thank you, Daisy Love. What Daisy Love said. Hit me, baby, one more time. That's right, Daisy. Thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you. Just takes a second. Not even a second. Not even a second.
And I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian because
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, you're right. I bet Seth has never heard the end of Chris that Chris told him about the job. Yep. You're indebted forever. But remember, to Seth's credit, he was the one who did the training, did whatever he needed to do to get it.
the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's
No,
disappointment.
No, and I'm
to be
not
honest with
saying
you.
that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying at this point it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah, and it's like an energy vampire, you know, and we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am.
I mean, in a jail, it probably didn't harm. No, I can't imagine a jail.
So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
That's right.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that
Understood.
from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was
Okay. Here we go. Chris says he passes the polygraph. Hold on one second. It keeps the clicks and coins coming, right? Why do you care? Why do you care what I'm doing? Why do you care what other people donate to me? Why do you care? I work my butt off. How about that? It also helps get the name out there.
Was TBI that gave it to you?
And actually, a thumbs up doesn't give you, it doesn't help us monetarily at all, for that matter. It only promotes the video. That's what it does. That's it. So don't worry about what other people donate. You're not in their pocket. So have a good day. You're welcome.
Yes,
to join the conversation
TBI
if it's productive.
gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No,
Very
that
good.
was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you.
Okay. Well, I got to go back here. Change as the
graph.
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
Okay. Chris says he passes the polygraph with flying. Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Serial
Okay.
killer Tim Mull.
No,
Very
that
good.
was kept quiet because it's
Probably.
nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that
Thank you, my dear.
you're telling us
see-
now.
Right. And you know, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took
Mhm.
it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
Okay, that's important. Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday. Okay. Says Seth knew I passed the polygraph on that Tuesday.
When I took
Mhm.
it, passed it, they called and told him that I.
He says they called and told him that I passed it. They called and told Seth that Chris passed the test. I'd like to ask Seth that if they did call him.
Passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay, so you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear.
Okay. Chris states that I'm not going to put that. I don't guess.
Tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
Which,
but again,
you know, another thing
And
which
I
is kind
will-
of funny that you bring this up because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down.
mhm.
If you got it, post it. Because
Oh, I
if you
agree.
ain't,
I don't believe that there's a video of him tearing down a poster. I don't believe it. I believe it would have been
got
out
it,
there by now.
shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it
Oh,
doesn't.
did you hear
and
that
I
though?
want to say, and I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
Never seen that.
and I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
and I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the
Oh, he is.
interview,
I know.
remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever
He's always.
to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever,
Baby hands.
spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately
Right.
and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and
Right.
say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only and make your report
And I will-
immediately.
And that's a fair point, Reno. Fair point. No footage of Chris and Katie putting out posters either. There's no footage of them taking it down, and there's no footage of taking it up. There's no footage of them doing anything. That's
I'll say, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in
right.
didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough.
Oh, I'll make a slapping hand alert.
So I don't
So
want you to think
for
we're
the
not
for the record,
passing
right.
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't know, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could. But unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't.
Mhm.
Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children, not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm
Yes,
so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything
I think Summer Wells search was actually bigger.
they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it ain't nothing that.
Okay. They pulled back on day 8. They pulled back on day 8. There we go.
There was more of a gut punch to take.
I know.
Than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. That's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset and every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's
I
not.
understand. I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have.
This sets him off like a wildfire. This right here, days later. Where was he mad at this? He was mad at this somewhere. Where was it? Where was it he mad at this? He was mad at this because of where was it? The phone call to Heather. Oh, he was mad about this a couple days later.
And I refused to release it because I
Or documents
referred
on. Let me ask you this: on who? Me, Seth, Katie.
Katie.
Okay.
I refused to release it because number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also
When she was young.
Yes.
Okay, so
Let
let
me finish and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they did.
By the public for a very long time.
Yes.
And they didn't do anything to that boy.
That's true. Brandy and Tyler, people were very, very bad to them. Were very bad to them. And poor Brandy and Tyler. And finally, law enforcement came out and they were searching the backyard, right? And they said they are not suspects. But see, I don't know how people thought Brandy and Tyler were guilty of anything because Brandy was at work whenever Michael went missing. Number two, Tyler was at home taking care of kids in, Michael and siblings in diapers, right? Oh, the leak call. Yeah. But that was a setup too. That was a setup. They had her going and they recorded that was a setup. And let's think about this. People who are unaliving someone don't order pizza, right? And are changing, and have a little one with them, and they can't be at the house, order pizza, change diapers, and not leave the house or leave the neighborhood at all. He didn't leave the neighborhood. Tyler didn't until after, he looked in the neighborhood when Monkey first went missing. People who don't generally dispose of another human while they have, a child in diapers with them. Yeah.
Do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers.
You do not, because you won't even let people in your house to
that
go
have
over it again.
So many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love you
that nobody's even at
to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
Oh, I know it's not helping, but this goes back
get the
to
public
what's
on
being
your
asked.
side. Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I
But
know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
This is not.
That's what we're
This is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
You know,
it is. But
you
if we're
team
not,
that I'm Team Sebastian.
Same.
You know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacy? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money this show makes.
No, I make no money.
We
off
don't make money. We're not
make
monetized.
zero money.
It's not monetized.
And we
We're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Right.
monetize. We do
Here
not
we
monetize.
go. Here he goes. Here he goes with it again. Here he goes. Tell News Nation or anyone else to do it without making.
Monetize.
But Web Sleuths
It costs me money to do this.
doesn't monetize.
Yeah, and
Web
Chris,
Sleuth
that-
is
that's
the
why
reason why I
completely
asked
show I
that,
will go on.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
No
right.
advertising.
So the
on our
reason
website,
why I'm asking that question, okay,
Mhm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart,
Mhm.
especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money.
Yeah.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made,
You haven't even put up a reward fund for your own
you
kid,
should donate it to
your
the
own
cause.
stepchild that
not to
you
your
claim to be
personal
yours,
gain.
Chris.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't. Like I said, we make zero money.
Hold on. Cindy needs a late slip. Let me find her. Where is Cindy? Cindy. Where's she at? I don't see her. Cindy, where are you? I don't see Cindy. Okay, we're going to give her a late slip anyways. I can't see her, but I'm going to give her a late slip. Cindy, to the office, please. You're being paged. Cindy, to the office. You're being paged. You're late. Late slip. She was tardy for the party.
But it costs us money to
And
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much
disgusting.
so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can.
Oh yeah. Mama, I didn't get one. Mama, first to the office, please. You're being paged. Mama, first to the office, please. You're being paged. You get a late slip.
About them, and some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian, and that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here.
Nope. I'm not going to beg or anything like that. If you like my work, become a member. If you can support me, that's all I ask, and
right
people
now
do, and I appreciate
to
it.
ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation,
Rubber
and just to
Band-Aid, okay.
get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
Right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation
Hey Jude is the nurse's station.
focused on that and staying off of YouTube and
Mm.
other aspects of social media
Cindy's
and
hiding.
playing the game.
Jamette, thank you so much, my dear. I really do appreciate you, my love. Thank you. Trust me, I'm a gem and hardly ever get the comment. We need a dance that too. Thank you. Trust me, I'm a gem and hardly ever get the comment. We need a, like, do you mean dance app or dunce? Oh, does anyone? Thank you, my dear. Thank you, Jamette. Appreciate you. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you. Dun a dunce cap? What's that? What's that? Oh, like the pointed hats? The pointed hat? Like the pointed the caps? Like a cone head? I call them cone heads. No, sorry, I had someone at my door. Sorry. Someone was at my door. I apologize. Where was this? Where was this? YouTuber to help keep you in late slips. Thank you so much. That's hilarious. That was so bad. I'm wearing one and paying you. Oh, thank you, my dear. Thank you so much. You remember the show Coneheads? Purse is needed. Did they bring you a dunce cap? No. I'll try to get one, and well, I'll try to find one and put Chris on it. Is what I'll try to do. That's what I'll try to do. Remember Coneheads? Yeah. All right, come on, let's get started.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives
Yep.
and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now. We can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing.
Guys, sorry. I'll be right back. I apologize again. I apologize. Sorry about that. I have a repairman at my house. He needed me again. Okay. Woo! Sorry.
Right here, right.
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you willing to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
Well, all we can do is what we can do here
True.
tonight. So,
Okay.
but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody
Fire
that
away.
wants, well, there is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but
Who is
I'll
it?
ask. Well, let me ask you these questions first, okay?
Jeanette, you've got to subscribe, darling. You have to subscribe. Did you don't have to pay to chat. I promise you that. You just got to subscribe. That's all it is. Here, I'll even take it off subscriber mode. Which, let me see here. Content. There you go. I took it off subscriber mode on Justin for All.
Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you
Thank
think
you.
happened?
You don't have to. You
I
don't.
don't
I mean,
know.
I appreciate it, but
For the love
you
of
have
God,
to
I wished I had an
subscribe.
answer. I wished
I mean,
we
you have to
had
subscribe.
something to go off of,
So,
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and
Mhm.
so just no
I'm
thought
gonna hear you out.
in your gut,
Thank you, my dear.
spit it out.
Thank you.
Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what
Listen
happened?
to this.
Sebastian walked out of the house.
Okay,
Stepped off.
very important statement right here. Question. What is your knee jerk reaction to what happened? All right.
Off the porch and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because
hold on.
that is what I know there.
Oh, I just caught something, guys.
Stepped off the porch and has.
Okay. We just caught something. Sebastian walked off the what? Porch. He walked off the porch. Remember, Chris said if anyone came to that front door on the porch, would be seen. He walked off the porch. There we go. All right. So I need to get this verbatim.
Sebastian walked out of the house.
Sebastian walked out of the house. Walked out of the house. Okay.
Stepped off the porch and has.
Stepped off the porch. Porch.
Vanished into thin air.
And vanished into thin air. Okay. Very interesting.
That is what I think, because that is what I know.
That is what I think, because that is what I know. That is what I think, because that is what I know. Okay.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because Last time I
Right, but
checked, there's
are
not
you
one shred of
confirming that you know
evidence.
he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or
No, I'm
somebody's
not
taking that
insinuating
child out the
Hold on, what is he?
porch, he sure
Unless he,
in the thin air.
hold on.
Unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere. So
Unless he, but you were not there.
he had to walk off the front porch.
Okay. Unless he poof into thin air, then he had to walk off my front porch. And there he says front porch to be exact, too. So we got that, right? You hear that? Remember, he was talking about the front with the door. Remember that? How he said the camera would have picked it up. The camera would have picked it up if someone walked up to it. Well, if someone comes out on the front porch, it's going to pick it up too. And he just said front porch.
Porch, just in the thin air on my front porch. He sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch.
How about that? How about that? 1 hour 50. Okay. Very interesting. At this point, I'm very comfortable saying Chris was there, in my opinion, allegedly. I wonder about Sunday. I do.
Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or
No, I'm
somebody's
not
taking that
insinuating
child outside of
anything.
my house,
No,
say
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything.
Oh,
I'm
hold on.
saying
What did he?
Or
No, I'm
somebody's
not
taking
Trying somebody was in my house or
Taking the
somebody
child out-
taking a
outside of my
child.
house,
No, I'm
say
not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm saying, I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So, just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door. Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning,
Oh, this is good.
was locked.
Here we go. Okay. All right. Very good here. Getting somewhere. Chris, every door in that house was locked when Katie got up that morning. Okay.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door.
There's a keypad on the front door. Okay.
You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
You don't need a key. Oh, crap. 1 second. You don't need a key to lock and unlock my front door. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door.
But you need a key to lock every other door. Every other door. Boom. 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 So he's saying he had to go out the front door. There was no other possible way. There was no other possible way. A window or a door. And he said he definitely didn't go out a window. That's how I think he went out. Very telling.
And every other door was locked, folks.
And there he has it. He confirmed it. And every other door was locked. So he's just confirming it, guys.
Did Katie do that?
Do
Can he
what?
walk out? Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
The most conceivable way possible. He locked out that front door.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Okay.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Sebastian walked out the door without any shoes. Walked out the door without any shoes. He did not get far, in my opinion.
Something.
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asked.
I don't think he would have went out the garage door on his own accord. I don't know if he would know how to open the garage door, and number two, I think he would be scared of the sound that it would make, not being in a car. My opinion, though.
Asking to come on.
This is
And
good. This is good
Gray
stuff.
Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him?
bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray?
Yeah, why would he? They acknowledged that he didn't like to be dirty at all. Seth said yesterday that he didn't like the beach because he didn't like the feeling of the sand between his toes.
I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey,
Okay.
in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for, and I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the set.
I want to fix this. He did not know the door beside the garage had to have a key to lock it.
That dog.
He couldn't have locked it from the
Am I
outside.
correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed. But
Seth said that, which was a interesting statement, that Sebastian's boots was right beside the door when he walked in the house.
it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve.
1 second, please. ICU to the office, please. ICU to the office. Late slip. ICU to the office, please.
Sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of 3 depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay, that's important. Chris. Sebastian was wearing old school black pants with white stripes down the side. Think of the 70s Adidas pants, and was wearing one of 3. And what were the type of shirts? Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft? Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft? Star Wars or Minecraft? Okay. I need to make another. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Okay.
Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of 3?
By the way, Katie said exactly what type of shirt it was on one of these. I can't remember.
I didn't say one of 3. I said one of 3 depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so that's
So
3
there's
different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's 3 different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had 3 different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween on it. One had Minecraft
What I'm
on
telling
it.
you,
Star
no,
Wars.
it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of 3 depictions. I didn't say he had 3. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
Okay.
Right,
Can I?
I'm just confused
Yes,
by how
Thank
have you
Yes.
not
Baby Yoda. That he was wearing a Baby Yoda shirt.
been able to identify
Bob.
which of
Yes.
those 3 depictions
Mohawk's
is
my memory.
missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on
No,
your shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
3
wait a
of
minute,
them, if
But
I had
hold on a
to
minute.
choose between 3 of them, I could.
You're saying 3 of them. But I'm telling
Well, you
you,
listed 3 things. I'm just confused.
I listed
exactly
what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying that all 3 of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time, you broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the
Thomas.
depiction was? It was one of those 3 things, or are you saying there are
They're sentencing him today. I hope they sentence him to death.
3 different shirts with those depictions, and all 3
deserves
of those
nothing
shirts
left.
are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had 3 shirts with 3 different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt. Is what
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the three things. Those are his three favorite things.
got it.
Okay, so
Halloween,
what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars
You
shirts,
bet,
multiple
man.
Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just 3 of those shirts.
Cheater,
I'm
cheater,
telling you that
nasty
he had a long
cheating.
sleeve shirt on with one of the three depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not
well,
telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
I'm not
I know
trying
what
to
you're
do-
asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
The mad chicken, you're listening to him. Christopher. That's the mad chicken.
Christopher! Oh, Grace! Oh, Grace! Christopher! Christopher! Oh,
Uh-oh,
Grace!
something happened. What happened?
Christopher! Oh, Grace! Oh, Grace! Christopher! Christopher! Oh, Grace! Christopher! Christopher! Oh, Grace!
If that chicken is for sale that talks like that, let me know, because I'll buy it and I will set up a trailer at the campsite, and that way it can wake up Chris every morning. Christopher.
I
I
know.
understand that, but you're asking me if he had three different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions on it, and
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't identify.
Here, let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
Yes,
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it.
very
There
generic.
you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you, Gray is, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet.
Shot. Jeez.
I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And
Right.
I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone. We've messaged back and forth, but we talked for like an hour one time, and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. The flashlights.
Mhm.
I know my opinion isn't like everybody blame them. All I
maybe the boredom.
this guy, wow, he must have day one. Seth got.
Let me, Gray, there's no question, but let me explain why, okay? Anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire.
Yep.
Mhm.
And
It does.
you're asking public for help, but
Yes.
you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
Well, for the
heard.
record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said,
Well, listen, you can, one can critique Seth about things that he says, right? Some things that he said may be done, but he's not involved in Sebastian's. He's not involved in Sebastian's disappearance. Chris, Katie even say it, and not only that, he was in a jail, clocked in, seen on the parking lot. opening the garage with a access key, walking through the garage, walking through the jail, working at the jail, opening doors with key access all through a shift, leaving the garage with his access key, clocking out, walking to his car in the parking lot, getting his phone where he got, Seth, getting the call or the message that his son was missing. I don't care about what Seth has said. I mean, I do care, but it doesn't, just critiquing him doesn't give me, in my opinion, clues about where Sebastian is. It doesn't give me clues. Doesn't help anything.
A bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube. Nobody expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay.
Absolutely.
So with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never expect you to come on.
But I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking people out.
I can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious.
For an incident. Like, I'm sorry.
No,
but once again, this goes right back to none of that. The question was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry. But once again, this goes right back to none of that has
He was pissed about this. He's coming
anything
back
to do with
it.
Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pissed.
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm
I
just
know.
trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling. And I know out there they go, he's soothing.
Yep.
He's soothing Chris's ego. I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single thing they
let
said.
Let me tell you what happened. I can explain. Now. Let me tell you, Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
Right. Let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up. Because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish, because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No. You wanted the answer. I'm giving you.
He's been talking the entire time. People want to interrupt. Chris is the only one that's talking.
Answer. Now, when I answered that question,
don't know what the hell he wants.
I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt,
Michelle,
is not.
Seth did say she was fired. Yes. Yeah. Said she was fired.
What it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, Instead of
But let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that
up.
should have been.
Well, you said embarrassing a 15-year-old,
So
and I'll be honest with you. I think he didn't stop whooping him, in my opinion. I don't think it was one time. That's
as
my
it
opinion.
stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher.
Oh, listen to this. Big.
The teacher
big.
reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house.
Okay, here we go. This is big, guys. This is because he's getting ready to say something huge. Okay. Sebastian went to school one day. Now, and I want to be extremely fair on this because we learned something last night that Seth said. And Seth said Sebastian went to school and said that he was getting beat. And then Seth said you told him he wasn't, and he showed him what a beat down was. And again, I don't know if Seth was doing anything, right? Like whipping Sebastian. I don't know. But if he was, I'm really sorry, Sebastian. I'm really sorry. But to me, it's what he says after this. After this. Because something is up. All right. Sebastian went to school one day. I need to get this exactly right. 1 second. And made a statement to a... I got to get this verbatim. And made a statement to a teacher.
The teacher reports it to CPS.
The teacher reports it to CPS. The teacher reports it to CPS.
CPS comes to the house.
CPS comes to
That
the house.
case.
CPS comes to the house. That case
Has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked.
That case has nothing to do. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. Now, also, Seth did say, which is very important, that if he would have known what was going on in that house, yeah, Lisa, it seems that way. He also said that if he knew what was going on in that house, what makes spanking and a belt okay? Doesn't.
That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble.
Okay. That had everything to do with Sebastian not like being in trouble. Okay. I think it might be after this what he says.
So he thought by reporting it to a teacher.
Here it is. He thought. Hold on 1 second, y'all. He thought by reporting it to a teacher.
Sure. They were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house.
Boom. There you go. There you go. There you go. They, meaning CPS, were going to come to the They were going to come to the house and take me out of the house. And take me out of the house. There you go, guys. Boom. Boom. Right there. Right there. Is that why? Was that why? Was that why Chris wasn't there? They do this all the time. I want to play that again.
But so, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he reported getting spanked. That case
205 21. 205 21. Let me write this down. 205 21. Hour 5 minutes. Okay. That is huge, guys. I'm telling you. That's huge. Huge. Did they take him out of the house? Don't know, D. They didn't take Sebastian out.
Years ago.
We thought
as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked.
Yep, Thomas.
That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that.
And do this and do that. And do this and do that. And do this. And do that. You know what? You know why you know what my personal opinion is? Let's get into this. You know what my personal opinion is on why Chris will not say if he was there in February or not. He says it's law enforcement. I think he doesn't want CPS to know. He says law enforcement says I can't say whenever if I was home or not in February. No, law enforcement's not going to tell you that. He thinks we were born at night, but not last night. At least I wasn't. Thought this for a long time. The CPS case, from what I understand, was opened. Let me look at this calendar here. Hold on one second. January 28th. January 28th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days later. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, Yes. 5 business day later. 5 business days later, he is out of that house and doesn't come back until Sebastian is missing, he says. I'm looking like a Ken doll. I don't know about that, but thank you. Not to mention it will affect his CP send to Mexico. Yep. That as well. Yep. I think that is the reason. Law enforcement. Why would law enforcement tell you that you can't tell anyone when you were in your home, when you were in your own home prior to Sebastian going missing? It has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. Yep. I agree. I agree, Lisa. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. 5 business day later. 5 business days later. He was out of the house after that, the day that the case was created. Now, the day that it's created doesn't mean that's the day that they're technically there or whatever. I don't think he was supposed to be in that house. I don't think he was supposed to be in that house. And I think that is the reason. And again, one of my theories is Sebastian knew that because Sebastian, oh my God, Sebastian clearly knew, because Chris just said it, that he was not, that, you know, Chris could potentially get kicked out of the house. So if Chris came there and Sebastian said, oh, you're not supposed to be here. Oh, you're not supposed to be here, Chris. I know you're not. Right? You think Chris is not going to come unfucking glued? That's his house, right? You think of Chris. Think of Chris. This is my fucking house. I pay the mortgage. I'm the man of this house. I'm the man of this fucking house. I pay the mortgage. You're a kid. You're not going to tell me what to do. And guess what? It was a Sunday. You think you see a crane in the air on a fucking Sunday? Nope. Nope. Yeah. What did the neighbor say? What did the neighbor say? Chris would come home on the weekends and catch up with house projects, right? Catch up with house projects. What was that? Read Bernadette's comment. Is this why Katie went camping? Because he never got to go ahead yet to be at the house. Katie went camping? This is it, guys. In my opinion, this is it. because Sebastian, he clearly just said, Sebastian thought, he's telling us, in my opinion, Sebastian thought, which means Sebastian knew that he says Sebastian thought he was going to get me kicked out of my house. So if Chris came there, Sebastian said, why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. I'm telling. That's not going to go over well with Chris. Right? This is my house. I pay the bills. You're a kid. Hey, Trina. This is going to fuck up my case for getting my daughter. Right? Katie was laying on the couch. She hears a thud. Chris and Sebastian are in the room. In my opinion, as a theory, a hypothesis. I'm not saying that happened for a fact, because I don't know. But we just figured that out, in my opinion. It fits. Now, because this was the comment I was waiting for. We got to figure out how it all went down after that. That's what we got to figure out. How it all went down after that. The thing that we need to know, is for sure if Chris was really at his in Memphis at 5:15. I think this happened around 8 or 9 o'clock in this theory that we're talking about. 8 to 9 o'clock. See, we've got the problem with the theory is we don't know. There could have been a 3-hour conversation, a 2 or 3 hour conversation. If something happened around 8 or 9 o'clock, Chris is gone by 10, 11, 12, 1, on the way because he's not in a 5 or 6 mile radius. Chris says he was home or he was at his camper and they talked for 2 hours. No. And remember, guys, everyone's like, oh, there would be blood and there would be this and there would be that. Sebastian peed the bed, right? He had accidents. Chris says he likes to pee in his pants. But I think he would have a mattress cover on the bed. And that's right. And that's what we got to work around. Surely. That's what we got to work around. The thing that would be very helpful is we got to know if Chris was at work at 5:15. The $1 million question is how. Because in a theory, if something happened around anywhere from 8 to 10 o'clock, if Chris would be involved, I'm brainstorming, then he would have left within an hour, probably, of things going down. On the way, he would have hid him in this theory. And then he would have had more time he could have been easily at the job site at 5:15. Easily at the job site at 5:15. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just because you die doesn't mean there's blood. Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Now, Chris says that he was on the phone with Katie for 2 hours or so. Thank you, Casey. Now, in my opinion, he could be. He says he was in Mississippi, Memphis, when they were talking. If he wasn't, he could have been talking while he was driving after he left home. And Katie could have been making sure everything was taken care of at the house, in this theory. Casey, it was 9. What time did Chris say he got on the phone with him? Or on the phone with Katie? What time? $9:43 or 9:46. Got off just before midnight. So 9:43. So basically 2 hours. 2 hours. Wrong time. It's okay. What if she met him halfway? Mm-mm. See, I mean, a lot of people just say, you know, we know Chris was not at home because he says he was not at home. Now, allegedly, a PI said Chris was at work on the job site at 2 hours early. Why would he be on the job 2 hours early? Is that a common pattern for him? We got to remember. I bet you, my opinion, Chris goes to sleep before midnight most nights if he's got to be at work at 7 in the morning. Because Chris probably needs more than 6 hours of sleep. He had to have time to get it on either this, love. I don't know what you mean, soldier girl, baby. He likes to play with words. You have to really pay attention. Yes. That's a great. Wow. Bernadette. I need to write that down. The old-fashioned way. Hold on. No, I don't know if that would fit though, but let me write it down. gave me another idea. See, Chris was working. He was working. I don't think he would have been working on Sunday. A lot of people think they left their lines open. But if Chris was I wonder if Chris has two phones. Something happened around 6:15. That's 3 hours and approximately 37 minutes till 9:46. You know, it happened after 6:15. I can tell you that because I don't even think they were home till 7. Hey PG, how are you, Mama? I believe that they left the lines open also. I fell asleep. Then I had a rooster yelling in my ear. See, if Chris was already there that Sunday, neighbors say that he would come home on the weekend and do projects, outside projects, inside projects on the house. But he can't leave a line open if he is in Hendersonville. What, Perry? But I did hear something in the Daybell trial. Chad turned his location off so he couldn't get the exact location on him. Oh, yeah. Did Nina report Chris for hitting Sebastian? Nina didn't see it. Her daughter says she allegedly saw it. Yeah. Remember the radio on the interview with Smiley? Like a CB rate, like a walkie-talkie? I was wondering about that. But it's still going to ping, right? It takes a long time to climb the crane, I've been told. Two hours? I don't think it takes 2 hours. Justin, could have Chris been using the motorcycle to and from between and use Mr. Bowersock's car to go to Katie's? Wasn't there a silver car or something in their driveway since this happened? Hey, 3 Dot, how are you, buddy? They still like if you don't. I dare him to. I told him I'll meet him. I'll go to Nashville and sit with him. Thank you, dear. Thank you, Aaron. Well, we don't know that to be a fact. But I'm going to write that down. I'm going to explore some things. Has been crazy about location. Been close to that for. Yeah, it might say your location is different, but it's still going to ping on your local towers. It has to. Yep. It would have affected. Oh, yeah. I mean, listen to this, guys.
By with Sebastian getting spanked. School one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes,
thought they were going to take me out of the house. That is what the CPS.
I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what
you hear the rage in his voice. He sounds pissed, doesn't he? Hit a nerve, hit a nerve, hit a nerve, hit a nerve. You see, Mohawk, burner phone. You know, a lot of people say burner phone, but you have to think. We got to think. Got to really use our minds here. If something went down, right? If something went down, are you going to have time to run into Walmart and get a burner phone? You get what I mean? See, I don't think so. So we got to work around that. With the trash weight being as heavy, call to law enforcement not made until trash got picked up. Tell us, Sebastian. It's possible. See, I don't think Sebastian was in the trash, but I think clean up. Maybe. I don't think they're. I listen. I don't think it's premeditated. I'll be honest with you. My theory, I cannot work a premeditation. There's a lot of people that has a premeditation. I cannot think that Katie or Chris would do anything premeditated. I just can't. I think this was very sudden. I try to say it politely as possible. What side piece? So we're going to have to run this theory two different ways. One with Chris being in the camper, and one with Katie. Jamette, thank you, babies. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, my love. Welcome to the family. Pearls look amazing on you, darling. Amazing, amazing. Okay, I'm going to play this. I need to go tinkle. I'll be right back.
What happens? He thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble, and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me. And that.
Can I tell you what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? China. You hear the putrid coming out of him? Okay, we gotta backtrack.
They explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happens. He thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble, and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
I apologize.
Because I'll tell you why. Because
he is so mad right there. 206. Let me write this down. 2 hour 6 minute. Okay. All right, Chris is asked what CPS is called for. Chris aggressively replies, can you tell me what that has to do with the price of eggs? China. What does that have to do with the price of egg salad in China? Oh, hold on. Blue Eyes, I'm so sorry I missed you. Thank you so much, my dear. Is today SL's birthday? Is today's SL's birthday? Is it? All right. Let me get my drink. Hold on. I got to get really good with SL. Hold on. Our beloved mod SL. I've never heard eggs either, Mike. I've always heard tea. Brooklyn became a subscriber. Yay. Thank you, Brooklyn. My garbage can is huge too. It's like, it's huge. I don't know how big it is, but it's huge. Hold on. Gotta look extra good for him. And so. Happy birthday, SL. My rendition of Happy Birthday, Mr. President, by the one and only Marilyn Monroe. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear SL. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, SL. Happy birthday. Wishing you health and many more, my friend. All the blessings to you, my dear. All the blessings. Thank you. No autographs, please. No autographs. No autographs. All right. There you are, SL. Thank you for hitting the like, soldier girl. Appreciate it. Anytime anyone has a birthday, listen. You know what? JFK was a very busy man. This is a true story. And we know that he had a lot of affairs. And one was with the Monroe, right? The one and only Marilyn Monroe. Well, since he was a busy man, he didn't have a lot of time, if you know what I mean. And Marilyn, like myself, slept on satin sheets. And Kennedy asked her to please take off the satin sheets because he slipped. If you know what I mean. Thinking out loud, just an email. Oh, okay, honey. Good to see you. And that is a true story. I'm listening, but I'm decorating cupcakes for my daughter's baby shower tomorrow. Oh my God. Congratulations, always late. That's so exciting. That's so exciting. Amazing, amazing. Slipped on his lipstick. Well, satin and silk sheets are very slippery, right? So, do they have a crane arm too? He was, but they're the closest thing to a royal family that we've ever had. The Kennedys. I'm infatuated with the Kennedys. In fact, I got it's a book. It's an Audible of Jacqueline Kennedy, Onassis Kennedy, who was telling about her life. And this was a recording, and this was several years, I think in maybe the late 70s, early 80s when she recorded this. And you can hear her strike a match, so she lights her cigarettes, Mrs. Kennedy. And she tells all about her life with JFK, the good, the bad, the ugly. It was her life story. She's talking about it all. She should have said it doesn't have a damn thing to do with the price of anything in China. It has all to do with missing children claiming to be abused. Yes, PG. Yeah. Well, I like satin and stuff because it's better for your skin. Because, we spend 30 years of our lives asleep. And one of the worst things you can do for your skin is stretch it, because we're sleeping like this, right?
You're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's
because
he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
guess
we have
what?
a difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
I might have.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my again.
Well,
that is my
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
so by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And Chris is right. Chris is right there, in my opinion. I mean, you need to say when things are opinion and when things are theories and all of that. That way people know the difference. I agree with him on that.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say, Hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing. You're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
So we just did.
And that is, yes, you're right, Thomas. That is what she alleges happened.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called.
Thank you, Jamette. Appreciate you. Thank you, love. Not chatting is driving me crazy. Retired 911 director in San Antonio. I explain it. Honey, I don't know why you can't chat. There should be a box if you're on a computer. Onto your right hand side of the computer, it should say show chat. And make sure you're on Clutch Them Pearls channel, not Justin for All. Clutch Them Pearls. The right side, it should say, yeah, you gotta be on Clutch Them Pearls. Show chat, and then there's a box. It'll say post a comment or write a comment, and that's where you write in it. I don't know why. I mean, do you have your account set up for kids, maybe? Camelot. Well, the thing, I mean, Seth has the records now, but he can't talk about them, right? He can't talk about them.
And
no, that's not. No.
Thank you for that, Matt.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
That's fair. That's very fair.
She's said she's not been able to chat for a long time.
And so let's move on. Okay. So nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay. Now, Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before. And I think that's why. And Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
See, when you ask him the hard questions, it's either, I can't say that, I can't tell you because the police told me not to, or can I tell you what does that have to do with the price of tea or price of eggs in China? That's what he does. Every time. HIPAA. Yeah, that's... Oh, I want the hard questions. I want the hard questions. Well, I can tell you, I couldn't tell... Why would why would law enforcement say that you can't say where you was if you was at your own home in the month of February? Because it has nothing to do with the police, in my opinion. It has everything to do with CPS.
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this. Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
yeah. I think when his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but like, you know, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show, because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people angry.
Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard. With I can't remember.
Smiley stories.
Yes,
I can try to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
that one.
Okay,
but
yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at.
There you go.
I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families, as long, you know, if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, you know, like creating the bruises like Chris was saying. It's just sort of I mean, I think it's sort of,
I don't understand. Like, she's a member, and sends like super chats, but Brittany, you need to go back about, how long does she need to go back where we was talking about it? How many minutes? But she just can't, she says she can't chat. Yes, Cali Max. Yep. Called roosters. I don't know. I mean, we're pearls.
normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think, I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, you know, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people.
Thank you, Jamette. Thank you, dear. I wish you could chat. I don't understand. I don't understand. He dispatched MTB. Yes. Oh, be careful, baby. Brittany, you need to go back probably, what, 30 minutes? I don't know, guys. You tell me. How long ago was we talking about where we caught that in our theory?
Be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Brittany needs
yeah,
to
I mean,
know
I
that.
think that's a little bit anecdotal.
But once again,
could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about the thud. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot, and I didn't.
About spelling.
So I apologize.
I'm not the best speller either.
So I do apologize for that, sir.
I put proud food one time when I wrote it.
Yeah.
So
oh, I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brownfoot, all kinds of stuff.
So sorry.
Really,
I thought I put Proudfoot. Let's talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this, people. It's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this. And I'm
that's
sure that
wait,
right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
well, you will only get polite
But
questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't she
knock her
ask?
off and
No,
go to bed.
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
No, I mean, we're clearing things up.
right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up. You know?
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help. And it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know,
what pisses me off has been the state is out.
And Katie gave details, but
Well, guess what? That is Katie not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
He doesn't want to help. He just wants to be defensive here, in my opinion. He just wants to absolutely be offensive. Defensive.
I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we were off the phone.
Okay.
That's what I'll give you. That's it.
You said it was okay. I need to write that down. Chris said the thud was from the time he got on phone with Katie to the time he got off the phone with Katie. All right, and he got on the phone at 9:46 and got off the phone before a little before night.
Has Sebastian left the house?
Gone outside of the house barefooted just before as he ran off? No.
Okay, that's another big statement. Chris. Sebastian has gone outside before barefoot. But never ran foot. Because I don't think they've ever said that other than that time right there that he went out barefoot.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad
that's how I answered it.
That's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help because I want people to get behind you. Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's such a bizarre.
Chris says it is a bizarre case.
Bizarre thing. I mean,
Case.
The bizarre case.
So Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police?
Justin, he said, Katie. It's giving me hell. Justin, he said, Katie reported the thud. Well, who did she report it to? If was the police there, would be a police report, correct? Justin, he said, Katie reported the thud. Well, who did she report it to? If it was the police there. Like after Sebastian went missing, are you saying that she reported it in a police report, or she told the police that in an interview? She could have done both, one or the other. Okay. Chris says that there are absolutely no street lights and it's very dark in his subdivision. Really messing up right now. I may have to end this pretty soon, actually, if it's really bad.
Is there a possibility in front of them, because how dark it is?
That would be the only thing that would make sense.
Okay, here we go.
Really.
Right.
Okay. That would be
Because how dark it is, that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them.
Okay. He says, Chris, it may be possible that some cameras may not record someone walking in front of them. I don't think so. Yes, I'm on high-speed Wi-Fi, the highest possible, but they're coming out next week.
Because how dark it is? Yes.
okay. That would be the only thing that would make sense. Really.
Right. So
well, he even told me. I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark,
and I know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as the stuff that you see on TV.
Okay. Not all cameras have the same quality that you see on TV. He's so full of shit.
You see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
You said that the camera would pick up across your neighbor's
okay,
house.
so it was so dark,
and I know
that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical, that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he
won't answer about the cameras at the house. Now,
took
to be
off.
fair, Seth said he didn't see any though.
Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been.
Sebastian doesn't really sleep a lot. Sebastian doesn't really sleep a lot. Okay.
You know, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure. I believe Seth has even mentioned this before.
Okay. So that's been his whole life. But that's been his whole life. Okay.
As well. You know, I mean, the only time, like, I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but
thank you, my dear.
After a hard day of playing, if he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
What's that?
Work, that's when after a hard day of playing, if he's helped with outside work.
Okay, so if he might sleep better if he had a hard day playing or did outside work.
But for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
That's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm gonna say we have never seen anything like.
Marcia, great point. I need to write that down separately. That's a great point.
Like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not gonna sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Do you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known?
No, I don't think it's no. I mean, what is he doing? Making rounds? He was at home by himself with Seth all the time when Seth was at work.
Like on other, like let's say a dry run for.
And besides, if that was true, I'm sure law enforcement would have seen that on days prior, because you can bet that they looked days prior on the cameras too.
Like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door, and then came back in, and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera, and he knows.
Not that I'm aware of, not that Katie is aware of. I mean, I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
You know, Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on. All the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
Okay, this is important. Okay. Chris says that he was going to go live with Seth. Okay. Oh, damn it. Hold on 1 second. One second. Okay. Let me do this.
No.
Okay.
Okay, and that Chris states that he wasn't excited. And Chris says he wasn't excited about going to live with his bio father, Seth. Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed? Why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice.
Okay. Because he was excited at one point, but no longer, because he didn't want to do the online school.
In-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters of my
Okay.
family that will not be discussed.
I agree.
With
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you.
Justin, Chris said that's why he was on sleep medication, in my opinion. Earlier, you missed it, please. Where was it? How far back was it? How far back was it? They said that he didn't get bullied at school. How far back was it? Hey, Jude. When they talked about his sleep, how far back was it? Is like that's why he never, when they said that's why he never slept? Is that where it was? He was in regular classes. From what I understand, they just gave him more time. It was still like a program that he was in, though. So it wasn't. How far back was it, though? Hey, Jude. Do you have an idea? Yeah, because that's all he had was his friends, and the school teachers loved him. Yeah. Yep, Lori. I think I shared this. We were called to wooded area, and the 11-year-old was living there. His dad kicked him out. Oh, wow. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Oh, let me turn on closed caption so I can see this. Let's see here. Was it before this?
Chris, please tell us.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this, people. It's enough as it is.
Uh-oh. Yorkshire says I'll wait by the office. Yorkshire is late. After that, okay.
Stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling.
Polite.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
She heard a thud. Ashton responded back to her. If he did respond back, Okay.
I mean,
No, I mean, I'm just.
You know,
there was a
That-
noise. Katie heard it. She
see, people out there, they want to help, and it feels like that you just are like that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know, and they just,
what pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
I mean,
time.
Katie gave details, but I just.
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information.
He's a jerk.
I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
No, I'm glad
that's
that
how I'm gonna answer it.
that's perfect.
How are
No,
you,
that's
BB?
great. And again,
Good to see you.
I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help, because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
It's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
and so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said, or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I
Okay.
will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. There's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
If that some cameras may not pick up.
That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So
Because-
Well, he even told me. I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark,
And I
that
know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as the stuff that you see on TV and
Mhm.
you see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that
No,
the
okay.
cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical, that people can accept.
Exactly,
Absolutely.
Valentine. Exactly.
I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, look, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his.
Oh. Hey, Ann. There it is. He caught himself. He's had sleeping issues. I mean, like, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's been, and he says that's why it's been, hold on.
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, look, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been.
That's why he's going to say that's why he's been on medicine, in my opinion. Good catch. Chris, what's that timestamp? 2:18:44. Chris. God bless. Okay. Chris says
he's had sleeping issues.
he's had sleeping issues his whole life. That's why Chris stops he's on medicine. Okay, that's interesting. Why didn't he want to say medicine? I didn't catch it. That was Jude. That was Jude that caught that. Good catch, Jude. Good catch. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. All right, guys. I'm at 4 hours, and I'm going to call it quits for here. We will finish this later, probably this evening, late. I've got to go do some stuff. I want to thank you all for being here. Medicated or acting up. Medicated or acting out. Yeah. That's very good. I just hit almost 4 hours. Doesn't take a genius to figure out this nasty thing, man, should be not be around children. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you all so much for being here. Wait, what is this? There they are. These bunch of group. Appreciate you all. Truly, truly. We got the best chat in the world by far. Best subscribers. Thank you all for your support. Please, if you haven't hit that thumbs up yet, please hit that thumbs up. Be greatly, greatly appreciated. It only takes less than a second and it's free. Thank you to the mods and the members and those who supported the channel. It's all because of you. Thank you so much. Thank you all in chat for supporting me as well, with your help, your ideas, all of that. You have a lot of choices on YouTube, and I appreciate that you chose here first. It means a lot, truly. All right, guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Love you guys. Bye-bye.